our leader from the start. Lucy now looks like 2 jumping pull-ups to go. Make that just 1 burpee jumping pull-up. There it is, and now Lucy turns, and Lucy is making that run to the finish line. I'm going to cross there about 6:43-ish unofficial.
Ore and Gabby Dalton now with a little bit of a battle going on in lanes 8 and 4.
We're just past that 7-minute mark on the clock, athletes. A little under 4 minutes left to go to get you through and home here at Cuban Press on the Rain Sandbox. That is lane 14. That's Liz. Liz now trying to finish up. And there it is, that last jumping burpee pull-up. She is headed home. Crossing just past that 7:30 mark. Great job, Liz. Libby and Maribel down here, lanes 19 and 20, respectively, dropping off that first ballistic block, headed back for the other.
Hand up in the air right now in lane 8 for Gabby Dalton. And she's running her way, but right now, just ahead of her in lane 4.
Well, we ordered rain, R-E-G-I in the energy drink, not R-A-I in the precipitation. Let me correct that. Sophia here, lane number 16 crossing.
It's Sarah Bush now making her way back and forth with the blocks.
There you go. Because you had your buddies in the cowboy hat pictures or whatever. That was it. That's why it stands out.
Sarah Bush heading back to the burpee pull-ups now. And just crossing the line in lane 6, Sarah Powers.
Just under 90 seconds left on that clock here in heat number 2 of Cuban Press on the Rain Sandbox.
One minute remaining, athletes. 1 minute.
I literally got on 2 hoodies and I'm freezing.
Just under 1 minute left to go here as we're trying to get as many of these athletes across this finish line as we can here in heat number 2. Lane number 17, that's Kay Yasmin here closing in on that finish.
"30 seconds.
There we go. Kay Yasmin finishing up down here in 17.
"10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Time.
Well done by all of our athletes here in heat number 2. The Rain Sandbox. We're going to be here all day doing Cuban Press. Speaking of Cuban Press, I could use some good coffee. Maybe done, you know, in a press, French press, Cuban Press.
Anybody's going to Starbucks, I like myself a tall, extra hot mocha, triple espresso, please.
I'd settle for some tepid water right now because it'll be warmer than my hands would be. All right, we're going to have heat number 3 on Cuban Press out here with us just a couple of minutes.
those. We have two streets called Portage and Main. They're famous streets because the wind chill just goes straight up between those two streets, between all the buildings. So it's like just
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well, I was at a convention in Chicago. Oh, we did a
Be sure to swing by the tier tent for today's meet and greets. 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. going to be Saxon, Panchik, and Travis Mayer. Blowing up.
How come the
Don't miss a
celebrities?
chance to get your event merch signed.
How come us MCs don't get that celebrity status? Like nobody wants to meet and greet us.
Because I have 456 Instagram followers, Ryan. That's why. No, I'm good. Thank you. One minute.
This is the open men division. Heat 3.
"30 seconds. Athletes on your white starting mats, please." "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 3 underway. The event, Cuban press. The stage, the rain sandbox. Starting off with the 6 burpee jumping pull-ups. All right, out like a shot from a gun here, lane number 19. That is Noam. You know what? Why carry 1 when you can carry 2?
Right now, I think heat leader is number 15 in lane 15, Ricardo. Lane 5 right behind him, William Pennywell.
Lane 14 got Ryan Singley. I see Ryan Singley all over Florida in competitions, rocking those nice Wodapalooza-style Florida-looking shorts there. And lane number 14. It's an 11-minute time cap. As you see, we're working through 20 burpees over the blocks. Then we're going to come get these 35-pound dumbbells, get a little pump session, do some bench press. Lane number 19, Noam. He was the first to start the burpees, the first done with them. But you got somebody on your side keeping track there, Ryan. Who you got?
I got lane 6. We got Justin Dockery. Looks like he's from Chelsea Athletica. But it looks like you got lane 20 or lane 19.
Yep, lane 19, Noam. He was our early leader out front there. 2:20 gone by on that clock. Once again, an 11-minute time cap for our event here, Cuban Press in the Rain Sandbox. 40 reps here with this dumbbell bench press. And then we're going to start doing more burpees back over the blocks.
It looks like we got a few guys trying to go unbroken on this dumbbell bench press on the beach.
Well, you know, we are right here by Muscle Beach. Speaking of which, lane number 16. That's Phil. Phil making quick work. Phil's benched a time or two in his life. He's got a little size to him there. No big deal.
Right now in lane 8, Christopher Brand, your second athlete to finish off the bench press, as well as lane 2, Matthew coming through.
4 minutes gone by. Just under 7 minutes to go here in Cuban press. Phil out front here, lane number 16, trying to hold on to that lead as they work through this second set of the 20 burpees over the blocks.
William Pennywell now in lane 5, making his way back to the burpees over the box, as well as lane 9, Daniel DeFore.
Phil down here at 16, looks like 2 more burpees.
I got hands in the air for bench press in lane 6. Justin with a few more reps.
Down here, 16, Phil still out in the lead. 1 block brought back across, now headed back to get that second block. As we're hitting that halfway point, 5.5 minutes gone, 5.5 minutes to go.
I got lane 2, Matthew now finishing off his burpees, bringing it back his first block. Right next to him in lane 11, Tyler bringing back his box. Oh, we got lane 8, Christopher Bram. Double duty with 2 blocks. Why not?
Why make 2 trips when you can make 1? But my man Phil right here at 16 making his last trip back across that sand towards that rig. He's got those 6 burpee jumping pull-ups between him and the finish.
Get back there, go do it.
Phil now here at 16, 3 down, 3 to go as he's trying to hold on, take that heat victory. Let's see, 1 more for Phil.
I got a great little battle between lane 8 and lane 2. Matthew versus Christopher. Hands in the air from the judges.
And about 6:48 unofficially, Phil crossing that finish line down here. Lane 16 for that heat win.
And in lane 2, sprinting down, trying to take out Tyler in lane 11. As well in lane 8. Work smarter, not harder. Christopher Brand now through. As well as lane 10. James Bryan.
Just past that.
William Pennywell's now through.
Just passing that 7:30 mark on the clock. Still lots of time left. Lots of athletes we can get across this finish line.
Dude, smart move.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know you had to do that.
Lane 7, sprinting his Rambo way through.
$8:15 gone by. A few athletes still working. We want to get them across this finish line.
Jeffrey Paul Jr. in lane 4 is now done. His first workout of this beautiful Canadian Friday.
Well, as a lifelong Floridian, Ryan, I want my Florida Friday back.
Last time I was in Florida was 1984, and it was not like this. It was beautiful.
Ricardo here, lane number 13, back over to that rig now. Those final 6 burpee jumping pull-ups stand between him and the finish line as we are hitting that 9-minute mark. 2 minutes left to go here in the heat.
Let's hear you, Miami. Let's cheer these guys on. Finishing strong through this workout. Cuban press at the Tier Wodapalooza Rain Sandbox stage.
Lane 13 here, Ricardo, just a few steps left, and there it is. He's crossing that line. We've got 90 seconds left to go here in the heat. All right, we're down to our final minute. Got Ryan Singley out there in 14 over here in 17. Got Kaijo. Want to see you guys get across that line. There you go. Kaijo Bush there in 17, headed across the floor to finish up his Cuban press. There it is. Lane 14 now, Ryan Singley. Looks like one more of these burpee jumping pull-ups. There it is. That chin's over the bar, and he's headed here across the floor. And there it is, just past that 10:30 mark. Looks like we cleared the floor. Everyone finished. Great job, gentlemen. Here at Tier Wodapalooza, we're proud to have 511 as the official weight vest sponsor of Tier Wodapalooza 2025. Stop by the 511 booth and take on the 511 Challenge. Your chance to win top gear trusted by athletes, first responders, and adventurers worldwide. School now. Yeah.
I'm actually, my favorite team is Florida State.
Oh, that's where my wife went. That's right. That was my first choice to go to, but I didn't get in.
And as a Canadian, it's pretty
Odd.
odd. But
Hey, be an agent of strength. Head to the U.S. Border Patrol booth and learn how you can earn up to $30,000 in hiring incentives. Stop by, see the U.S. Border Patrol.
Just under 2 minutes.
Oh, did I talk over too many things? My bad. I thought I had time to get that in. That's fine.
if somebody needs me to sing the Canadian national anthem, let me know. Trudeau.
One minute. "30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please." "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 4 underway. The event, Cuban Press, the venue. Tier Wodapalooza, the rain sandbox. Starting out with those 6 burpee jumping pull-ups. All right, down to the end there, that's Miles, lane number 20, the first to the box, but joined quickly by a host of other athletes.
Right next to him, Aaron Summers in lane 3. Making the pass while they're running.
See the different strategies there, Ryan. Some grabbing just one block, maybe trying to get across the floor a little quicker. Some grabbing both blocks. Makes the trek a little slower, but they've only got to do it once.
Yeah, your first athlete in lane 7. He grabbed both boxes. He's already on his burpees over the box.
We're doing 20 burpees over the blocks, as you see there on the big screen. Then we're going to go get these dumbbells, and then we're going to do 40 bench press. Get a little pump, get a little blood rush into those pecs.
I see my girls from Kamloops. TCSC is in the house.
All right, I got a couple of hands in the air down here in lane number 14. That's going to be John. In lane number 20, that's Miles.
Lane 7, we got Nate. And also in lane 3, running back for his dumbbells, Aaron Summers. We got lane 6 now. Francesco.
$2:15 gone by on our clock. Once again, an 11-minute time cap for these athletes to get through Cuban Press. Last heat, Ryan, I think we had a couple of gentlemen that went unbroken through these 40 reps, kind of got themselves out front there into the lead. We'll see what happens as these athletes work through these 40 bench press with these 35-pound dumbbells. Right here, lane number 14, that's Jan. Going to be done quickly with those bench press. And he's wasting no time as he runs back across the floor.
Lane 7 trying to catch up. We got Nate. Now Francesco. Lane 6.
Miles McLaughlin down here, lane number 20. He's headed across, dropping off those dumbbells.
Charles in lane 8 now, dropping off the dumbbells as well, going back for the burpees over box. As well as Aaron Summers in 3.
4 minutes gone by on that clock, just under 7 minutes to go. Still out in the lead, looks like here, lane number 14, that's going to be Jan, as his judge says 3 more of these burpees over the block, as we're just coming up on that 4.5 minute mark.
Hands in the air right now for Nate in 7 on my side of the field. He's got 1 more rep left of his burpees over the box before he's got to start bringing those boxes back across. Lane 6 now, bringing his boxes back.
Jan now here, lane number 14, has dropped off his second block. He is headed back over. He's only got the 6 burpee jumping pull-ups left in his way.
Aaron Summers now trying to catch up to Charles in lane 8. Both with their first box back, but right now in lane 6, Francesco. Second box is back, and he's going to make his way back for his burpees. Hands in the air right now, though, for Nate in lane 7.
Jen Britschka here in lane 14. Made such quick work, made it look easy, finishing up under that 6 minute mark. Great job. Down here, lane 20, Miles McLaughlin. He had that strategy. He carried both blocks both times. It's paid off now as he is into his final, looks like 3 burpee jumping pull-ups down here in 20.
I got Nate in lane 7. He's going to be your second athlete across the line, as well as Francesco in lane 6. He's going to be your third guy through the line.
There you go, Miles down in 20, finishing up. Great job.
Aaron Summers now sprinting across in lane 3.
Gregory right here, lane 17, dumps off both his blocks in one trip and now headed back for the 6 burpee jumping pull-ups.
Charles Presley, lane 8, he's finished.
$7:15 gone by on our clock. Still a lot of time left.
Enrique Sangel is done in lane 9, finishing off his first workout of the morning.
Gregory finishing up down here at 17.
And Mr. Dela Cruz in lane 10, he's finished for the morning.
Lane number 12, that's Santiago. Both blocks down here, now headed back for those burpee jumping pull-ups. 2.5 minutes left to go. Just one rep left to go for Santiago here in 12. There it is. Now he's headed home. Santiago crossing. Andres crossing down there in 15.
Two minutes remaining, athletes. 2 minutes.
Leonardo right here, lane number 13. Looks like we've got 2 more reps to go for him there on the pull-ups.
Cesar Guzman, lane 1. He's all done now for the morning.
Leonardo finishing up here in 13.
Zachariah King coming across the line in lane 5.
One minute left.
I'm using my clock too, just in case somebody pulls the cord.
30 seconds.
Hayosamar here in lane 16, working through those burpees, wanting to get every rep on that card he can.
Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
All right, going to be bringing out Heat 5 here shortly. Going to be Masters athletes. Hey, Ryan, you know what's funny? This morning when I was getting ready to come out here to Tier Wodapalooza, I made it a point to put my sunscreen in my bag. Please tell me why I did that.
I was skiing on Sunday, and I realize now I should have just taken that bag.
See, look at the pro. The pro knows to wear the gloves you can type with still. See, the rest of us out here. I'm not the pro. My wife's the pro. I can't even turn pages.
I did not tell you. That's what I said to have 11 minutes, then 5 minutes.
Well, I was
So
gonna
we're
say,
going to go up to 5 minutes.
Is that the Gucci gang? Oh, my God. I've seen you guys on Instagram. You're like world famous.
big block energy. I can see that.
Two minutes.
90 seconds. Visit the Velites booth for an exclusive 15% discount on all products and explore their innovative training accessories designed to elevate your workouts.
Little different.
1 minute.
I got the boys, you got the ladies.
30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 5 underway here. Cupid press in the rain. Sandbox got our masters athletes, our veterans, our experienced folks out here on the floor. Got 3 different divisions. Lanes 1 through 5 got our masters 60 plus. Lanes 6 through 15. 6 through 10. That's our 55 to 59, 12 through 15, 60 plus, 16 through 20, 55 to 59 women. Amy Lopez here, lane number 16 on the women's side. The first making it across to grab this first rogue ballistic block.
Right now in the 60 plus, you got Patrick David and Ralph Bass. Your 2 heat leaders for the 60 plus men. Making their way back with their blocks. Going to do some burpees over the blocks.
We're doing 25 burpees over those blocks once we get them back across the floor. "90 seconds in here on an 11-minute time-capped event. Lane number 19, that's Deanna. She's going to be the first down here on the female side to start into those burpees over the blocks, followed by Amy there in 16. Sounds like Deanna got a little cheering squad in front of her. Happy to have you folks out. Thank you.
Hands up in the air in lane 3 for Jose with his burpees over the block. Sorry, lane 4, Patrick David. And right next to him, Ralph Bass. Patrick David's going to be your first athlete back to his bench press.
Ryan, just goes to show age ain't nothing but a number. You got some fit guys down there making this look easy on your end of the floor. We're just passing that 3-minute mark on our clock.
I feel like we're going to see some great unbroken bench press from some of these older generation guys. They kind of grew up with the bench, so they know they got the work capacity to get 40 reps done.
All right, I got a hand down here in the air. Lane number 5, Deanna. closing in on those last few burpees over the block. And there it is, Deanna through those burpees. Now she's headed back here across towards us to pick up her dumbbells. Joined by Alessandra there in lane number 20, right next door. 4 minutes gone by, 7 minutes to go.
Lane 5, Ralph Bass now, first athlete back with his dumbbells after his bench press.
Yeah, Ralph doesn't look like a stranger to the gym, does he? He's...
Hands in the air in lane 2. Christian Galley. Your second athlete in lane 2 now in the 60-plus Masters. Christian Galley making his way back with his set of dumbbells. Lane 3, they got their judge's hand in the air. Jose. Lane 9. Jay Sanderson, your 55-plus Masters. He's making his way back. Angelo in lane 1. Making his way back. Let's hear you, Miami. The louder we cheer, the sun will come out.
We are just past that 6-minute mark there on that clock. We got just under 5 minutes to go. Down here on the ladies' side, lane number 18, that's Janet. Bringing these dumbbells back across.
Callie Bark also lane 6, making his way back to the burpees, as well as Patrick David. Patrick's trying to catch up to Ralph Bass, who now is moving his first block back to the finish line.
Janet Pam down here, lane number 18 out front, working through this second set of 25 burpees over the blocks. We're waiting for someone else to join her down here on our ladies' side of the floor. Right, I'm not a fan of burpees, but if you tell me they warm you up, I promise I'll do a few.
I might do him now. I need to do some burpees now. And Ralph Bass, your heat leader. All the blocks are back. He's going back for his pull-ups. 15 reps, and he's done.
Lane 19, Deanna, we got a hand in the air from the judge. We're on those final 3 reps of the bench press here. Lane 17, that's Rosa. Judge says 5 more for her. Just 1 more, take that, no more. Lane 13, Karen finishing up her bench press. 2 more to go here in lane 14. That's Patricia.
And right now, your heat leader for the 60-plus, Ralph Bass. 8:25 unofficial
Ralph made that look pretty easy down there, Ryan.
Looking forward to being 50 next year. Or this year, actually.
Deanna dropping off her dumbbells. Same for Rosa here in 17. Amy there in 16, bringing hers across the floor. Janet here in lane number 18. Just about, looks like 4 more burpees to go. Clock just passing 9 minutes, just under 2 minutes left to go here in the heat.
And right now in lane 6, Callie Bargall works smarter, not harder. Taking 2 blocks at a time. And Patrick David, all the blocks are back, as well as in lane 1, Angelo. Just ahead of them in lane 2, Jose and Christian, 2 and 3. But right now, Christian Galley in lane 2 finishing it off, crossing the line. 9:43 unofficial.
Janet down here in lane number 18 now dropping off the first of those rogue ballistic blocks, headed back to get her other. Coming up on that 10-minute mark, athletes, you've got 1 minute to go.
Callie Barkall now sprinted across the line in lane 6, as well as Patrick David. Just over 10 minutes. "30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds remaining. Let's hear you guys. Let's hear you, Miami."
Deanna down here in 19 now finishing up those burpees as her fans cheer her on in these final seconds.
"10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
All right, our Masters athletes showing it how it's done there in heat number 5. Going to be bringing out some teen athletes soon here next in heat number 6. Stick around with us here at the Reign Sandbox at Tier Wodapalooza 2025 Miami Beach. Hey, folks, are you ready to win $5,000 with GoWad, the #1 mobility app? Just scan the GoWad QR code around the event, lock in your entry, and you could win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now. GoWad.
Start to come this way, and it's just covering now the
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No socks match these shoes. Black, red socks. I wear no white socks. Stuff like the Lakers. Trevor's not down here. I got her on Instagram and they were hard, man. Her and Trevor. What stage are you on?
1 minute. Thirty seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please. $10. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 6 underway. The event, Cuban press here in the rain, Sandbox on Miami Beach. Got our teen athletes out here with us. Lanes 1 through 10, that's the 13 through 15 youngsters. Sorry, the 13 through 15 boys. Lanes 11 through 20. It's our 13 through 15 girls.
I'll tell you what, Brian, I don't ever look like this when I was 13 years old.
I have not looked like this from 13 to where I am now at 50. So, yeah, I'll never be this fit.
Right now, your heat leader is Akil Lopez in lane 5. Going back to grab a second box, but right now in lane 4, Mateus Ferrari. Working smarter, not harder. He brought back both blocks. But in lane 6, your first athlete to start his burpees over the box, Maddox Matcliffe.
Down here on our girls' side, lane 16, that was Kira. Started just ahead of Anna Laura there in lane 15 on these burpees. But all of these young ladies working through these quickly. 25 burpees over the blocks.
Got some more of the team's athletes walking across the beach, heading back to their stage.
Got hands in the air here. Lanes 15 and 16. That's Kira and Anna Laura.
I got lane 5, Akil Lopez, as well as lane 8. Liam now grabbing his dumbbells. Your 2 first athletes back to the box for some bench press.
Got a battle here. Lanes 15 and 16 as they're both headed back across with their dumbbells. Lane number 17, that's Olivia Davis joining the fray now as she's picking up her dumbbells to head back across the Sandbox floor. We are just past that 3-minute mark on our clock. It is an 11-minute time cap for Cuban press here. Our athletes have 40 reps here with this dumbbell bench press, 35 pounds on those dumbbells for the boys, 20 for the girls. Lane number 16, that's Kira McManus making quick work of the bench press now. Dropping these dumbbells back off and headed back over to go with another set of burpees.
I got in lane 5 and 6, Akil Lopez and Maddox Metcalf. Both done their bench press, making their way back with the dumbbells and back to the box burpees.
Olivia through her bench press, but down here, lane number 19, that's Alina. She now back up there near the top. Four and a half minutes gone by.
Last rep for lane 7. Harrison Kennedy now working his way back with the dumbbells. Trying to catch up right next to him. Liam in lane 8. Nice little sprint back. You can see there's going to be a nice little battle between those two.
Got our girls burpeeing down here on this side, but we're still chasing. Kira McManus right here, lane number 16 out front, trying to hold on to that lead through these 25 burpees. Hand in the air from her judge saying Kira's got just 4 more to go.
Akil Lopez now finishes 25 burpees over the blocks, and he's sending those blocks back now. First athlete and heat leader in lane 5.
Kira McManus now bringing across the first of those 2 rogue ballistic blocks here in lane number 16. Trying to stretch out that lead, but right next door, lane 17, Olivia Davis. Grabbing her block. Alina down in 19. Up into second now, bringing across her first block.
And Maddox Metcalf right now is trying to catch up to Akil Lopez by taking 2 blocks across. Trying to catch up.
6.5 minutes gone by on the clock. The crowd getting into it, letting the athletes hear it, giving them the energy they need to get through Cuban press here on this cold Friday Miami morning.
Hands up in the air for bench press with lane 2.
Kira McManus, lane 16 now. Back up onto the rig for the final 20 pull-ups, trying to close out the heat.
And your heat winner, Akil Lopez. Right next to him, Maddox Metcalf.
Kira crossing down about 7:23 unofficially down here in lane number 16. Got Alina down in 19 now up on the pull-up bar.
Lane 4, Mateus Ferrari. He's coming across the line.
Lane 19, that's Alina Blankers now crossing that line about 7:50 on that clock.
And once again, a nice little battle between Lane 7 and 8, Harrison and Liam. We're going to have a nice little pull-up competition here between lanes 9, 8, and 7.
Olivia Davis bringing it home down here in 17. Right here, lane number 12. That's Ella Henry now on the final rep of the pull-ups, and she's headed home. And Ella finishes in style.
Liam Delaney first off the pull-up bar in lane 8 amongst these three. Nice little running race between Liam, Harrison, and Zhao.
Jean finishing up here in 14. Lane 15, that's Anna Laura coming across. 2 minutes left to go in the heat. Anna finishing up down there in 18.
Two more reps in lane 2.
We've got 90 seconds left in the heat.
Two more reps for Erwin Kirkpatrick in lane 1. Working his way through his bench press.
Bruder there in lane number 11, finishing up those pull-ups, headed across the floor, going to get in under that time cap here on Cuban Press on the Reign Sandbox.
30 seconds remaining, athletes, 30 seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
The teen athletes making it look easy out here on the Reign Sandbox stage. Great job, folks. Take a quick second to say thank you to our equipment staff here, working like a well-oiled NASCAR crew as they switch the equipment each and every heat where it's needed. Thank you for all your help. Great job keeping us running out here on the Reign Sandbox. Hey, folks, are you feeling that Miami heat? If so, cool down at the Chili Goat booth and discover why athletes love the ultimate in cold therapy. Recovery redefined, performance optimized. Chili Goat cold tubs have you covered. Stop by and see Chili Goat. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute.
I went to Ken West a few times. Did you? Yeah.
Are you getting in Vancouver what we're getting in Montreal? Like minus 30?
It wasn't that bad. No, we got minus 10. I skied on
30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 7 underway. Masters athletes out here on the floor with us. Lanes 1 through 10, that's our 50 to 54 men. 11 through 20, that's our 50 to 54 women. Lane number 12, that's Carrie Ann, going to be the first one grabbing the block along with lane number 16, that's Daniela.
We only got one Masters in lane 8. Decided to take both boxes. Work smarter, not harder.
If this is your first heat watching us here in the rain Sandbox with Cuban Press, they make their way across, grab these rogue ballistic blocks, 1, 2 at a time, however they wish, get them back across. Then they're going to do 25 burpees over those blocks.
Once again, guys, welcome to the Tier Wodapalooza in beautiful, cloudy, misty Miami. All of our equipment and hardware is brought to you by Rogue. Me personally, I'm loving this new implementation of the ballistic blocks. Odd objects added in with some bench press. Lane 6, your first athlete back to the dumbbells, Joel Hughes. As well as lane 3, Rodrigo Leon. And fellow Canadian in lane 5, Nicholas, making his way back to his dumbbells.
Down here, lane number 12, Carrie Ann on our female side. One final burpee over the block to go. And then she can make her way across to pick up her dumbbells. But just ahead of her, going to be lane number 18, this Helen. Lane number 16, Daniela now coming to get her dumbbells as well. As Carrie Ann and Helen just a little bit ahead of her head back across that floor. 3.5 minutes gone by. Once again, 11 minutes is our time cap for Cuban Press here on the Reign Sandbox stage. All right, our athletes now working through their 40 dumbbell bench presses. They're laying on those ballistic blocks. 50 pounds, the dumbbells for the men, 35 pounds for the ladies. How's it looking over there, Ryan? Anybody going to go unbroken for you on that side of the floor? Our clock now hitting that 5-minute mark. 5 minutes gone, 6 minutes to go. Keeping an eye out for hands in the air from any of our judges, letting us know the athletes are nearing the end of these dumbbell bench press.
Yeah. I got hands in the air in lane 2 with Alex. He's got 5 reps left. As well as in lane 1, Brian Cheek. Hands in the air now in lane 4, as well as in lane 7. And your first 2 athletes in lane 7 and 1. Corey Dog and Brian Cheek making their way back with their dumbbells. Nicholas in lane 5, third athlete back with his dumbbells.
All right, we got a hand in the air down here. Looks like lane number 19. That's Keeley with one more rep to go here on the bench press. And there it is, Keeley finishing up those 40 reps. Back in for another 25 burpees over the blocks.
Lane 8, McAl's now on his way back with his dumbbells. Last rep for lane 6, Joel Hughes. He'll be returning the dumbbells.
You know, we're out here on the Reign Sandbox, the good rain, the REIGN energy drink, the bad rain, this misty precipitation, but it's not slowing down these athletes as they're working through Cuban press. Got more hands in the air over here, lane 14. It's going to be Monica closing in on the end of those bench press.
Got hands in the air in lane 1 for his burpees over the box. Brian Cheek, your heat leader right now. Last rep remaining for Brian Cheek before he's got to bring the blocks back across the floor.
Lane 19, Keeley now trying to stretch out that lead. But lane 17, that's going to be Diana, and 14, Monica, bringing their dumbbells across now, ready to get up there and join Keeley on those burpees.
And my fellow Canadian, Nicholas in lane 5. Can East athlete. He's the second athlete bringing back the boxes. As well as lane 3, Rodrigo Leon.
Keeley now here, lane 19 on that last and final burpee. There it is. Now she's just got to get those rogue ballistic blocks here back across the sandbox floor. 9.5 minutes gone by. About 90 seconds left to go here in the heat.
Right now in lane 1, Brian Cheeks trying to hold off Rodrigo and Nicholas. Last rep for Rodrigo Leon. And Rodrigo Leon, your heat winner. 10:06 unofficial. Brian Cheek now running across.
We've got 45 seconds left to go in the heat. Keeley bringing across that second of those rogue ballistic blocks now. Lane 14, Monica, starting to bring her blocks across.
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. Joel Hughes now making his way across the finish line. 3, 2, 1, time.
All right, folks out there, you getting a little hungry? Go check out Asian Flavor Punch and Fuego Fresco. They're serving delicious and healthy bowls to fuel your weekend. Stop by the food court to taste why Asian Flavor Punch is the official provider of tier, Wodapalooza, and CrossFit events everywhere. And right outside the Reign Sandbox stage here, stop by and see the folks there at Reign Total Body Fuel. I recommend you pick up one of the rainbow sherbets, but hey, check out all the great flavors, see which one you like best. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute.
This is Heat 8 of your teens, 16 to 18-year-olds. Cuban press on the Rain Sandbox stage. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't think I looked like this when I was 16 or 18 years old.
30 seconds. Athletes, please, to your white starting mats. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 8 underway. Lanes 1 through 10. That's our 16 to 18 boys. Lanes 11 through 12 are 16 to 18 girls. Working our way through 25 pull-ups. Here to start. Cuban press on the Rain Sandbox stage.
Right now, sprinting in lane 8. You got Facundo making his way to the box. Facundo's going to take the work smarter, not harder. Taking 2 of the boxes, as well as lane 10. Kason Perry, he's taken 2. A few of these athletes are doing the double take.
Lane 11, Marissa Nichols, she was the first to grab a ballistic block. But down here, lane number 17, Maggie, with her second block and headed back. Working through 25 burpees over the blocks once the athletes get both their blocks across there to the rig side of the stage. 11 minutes, our time cap for Cuban press.
Hands are up in the air in lane 4 and 5. We got Joff Bland and Caden Hogan, as well as lane 7. Pablo Luna making his way back for the dumbbells.
Two and a half minutes gone by on that clock as our ladies continue to work through these burpees. Some of the young men working through the bench press. Lane 17, Maggie Sullivan going to be our first on the female side here, making her way over to grab these 35-pound dumbbells, joined now by Marissa in 11.
Hands up in the air right now for Caden Hogan. 5 reps remaining in his bench. And Caden Hogan now returning the dumbbells.
Our clock ticking up close to that 4-minute mark. Our leader here on the female side, Maggie Sullivan, shaking out those arms, trying to work through these 40 dumbbell bench press.
Josh Bland's hand is in the air. 2 reps remaining for Josh. But right now for the boys, your heat leader in lane 5, Caden Hogan. Hands in the air right now for Caden Hogan's. Finishing off his box jumps. Then he's got to return those blocks back.
Maggie Lane, 17, through the bench press, holding onto that lead, trying to stretch it out even further as she heads back over to start the second set of 25 burpees over the blocks. Lane 13, that's Belinda, made quick work of those bench press now. Headed back over, trying to shorten that lead that Maggie stretched out there over lane 17.
Caden Hogan right now in lane 5, your only athlete on his last set of pull-ups.
Ismeen here in lane 16, headed over to start into her burpees. Once again, we're chasing our leader here. Maggie Sullivan, lane number 17, hand in the air from her judge saying looks like 4 more burpees.
And Caden Hogan hyping up the crowd. And Caden Hogan will get done just under 7 minutes.
That's pretty impressive, Ryan. Pretty impressive. We're just
Josh
past that
Bland
7
now
minute.
making his way back to the pull-up bar. Josh Bland will be the second athlete to the pull-up bar in the men's heat.
7.5 minutes gone by. And our 11-minute time cap here on the ladies' side, Maggie Sullivan, lane 17, our leader, bringing her second rogue block back across the floor. Belinda here in lane 13 now through the burpees, bringing the first of the 2 blocks across. Trying to hold on to that second place spot here in the heat behind Maggie.
And Josh Bland in lane 4, making his way across the finish line. Two reps remaining in lane 6 for Igor Garcia. And he's going to be returning the blocks across.
Lane 17, now our leader on the female side, Maggie.
And lane 7, Pablo Luna finishing off this workout.
Maggie crossing the line there, about 8:56 unofficially on that clock to take the heat here on the female side. 2 minutes left to go, athletes, 2 minutes.
Pearson lane 3 making his way through his last set of pull-ups. And Pierce is going to be running across the line. One minute remaining, athletes. 1 minute.
Lane 13 here, Belinda now trying to get through this last set of 25 pull-ups. I get back across in the time that's remaining, trying to hold off Ismeen in 16 and Isabella down in 20. Isabella Barclay down lane 20, going to cross that finish line. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 9 underway. Lanes 1 through 10. That's our 45 to 49 Masters men. Lane 11 through 20 are 45 to 49 Masters women.
And these athletes right now, they're doing chest-to-bar pull-ups for this workout. Then they're going to move on right now, bringing those blocks back over. They're going to do 25 burpees over the blocks, followed by 40 dumbbell bench press. Then they go back down and hit the 25 blocks, burpees, and then finishing off with 15 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Renee Hoffman down here, lane 15, slight lead here, just a few steps ahead as she grabs that second rogue ballistic block just ahead of lane 18 there and lane 16.
Hands right now up in the air in lane 9. As well as lane 8. Nice little battle between Michelle and Johnny. But right now, your first athlete in lane 9, Johnny Rodriguez.
We're just past that 2-minute mark on our clock. It is an 11-minute time cap here for Cuban Press. Lane number 15, Renee Hoffman. Just 2 burpees to go here in this set of 25.
Johnny Rodriguez with his first athlete back with the dumbbells. These athletes now got 40 reps of bench. 50 pounds for the men, 35 for the ladies.
Lane 14, that's Tatiana. Lane 16.
Let's hear you, Miami. There's nothing better than a little bit of bench press on the beach. Let's get loud. Let's cheer these Masters athletes on.
We are coming up on that 4-minute mark on our clock. Renee Hoffman out in the lead here in 15, but on each side of her, Tatiana in 14, and Bukaru in 16, trying to eat into that lead.
First judge with their hand up in the air in lane 6 for Josh. Last rep for Josh in lane 6. And he'll be taking his dumbbells back. Hand up in the air in lane 8 as well for Michelle Gala. Judge's hand in the air now in lane 4. Raul Montero. But right now, your heat leader is in lane 6.
Got a hand in the air for our leader here on the female side, lane 15, Renee Hoffman. 3 more to go. We are coming up on that halfway point on our clock. 5.5 minutes gone, 5.5 minutes to go. Lane 16, Buckaroo Pascal now looks like that was the final rep of the bench press. And now Buckaroo there, lane 16, moving into the lead, bringing the dumbbells across the floor, now headed back for another 25 burpees over the blocks.
Josh Petalani is the first athlete bringing the boxes back across. But right behind him is lane 8 and 9. Mikael and Johnny.
Lane 19, that's Melissa Goodrich, depositing those dumbbells back over here, headed back for the burpees. Trying to chase down Buckaroo there in lane 16. 7 minutes gone by, just under 4 minutes to go.
And right now, your heat winner in the lane 6, Josh Petlawani.
Our clock just past that 8-minute mark here on the female side. Lane 16, Buckaroo coming in on what looks to be maybe that final burpee over the block.
Hands up in the air in lane 8 for his pull-ups. But right now in lane 4, Raul Montero will be sprinting across the line. Just under 8 minutes, 30 seconds unofficial. And lane 8, Michelle Gava is across. Right next to him in lane 9, Johnny Rodriguez.
Buckaroo drops off the first block. Melissa Goodrich down here, lane 19, picks up her first block to bring it across. 9 minutes gone, 2 minutes to go. All right, athletes, we're down to our final 90 seconds. Boogaloo now, Pascal, lane 16 dropping off the second of those rogue ballistic blocks, headed back for the pull-ups.
One minute, athletes. 1 minute remaining.
We got a hand in the air here for our leader, lane 16, Buckaroo Pascal. Melissa Goodrich, lane 19 now, up and into her pull-ups. 30 seconds. Lane 16, Buckaroo Pascal gonna finish it up at about 10:43-ish unofficially.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Folks, don't forget to head over to the Dymatize booth to test your pull-up abilities, show us your strength, and win prizes. While you're there at Dymatize, grab free samples of protein products.
That goes from television show to commercials. You're just like, Jesus. That's what I'm doing.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
This is Heat 10. Your Masters 40 to 44 individuals. They're here for the Cuban press.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Damn.
30 seconds, athletes, to your white starting mats, please. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Once again, welcome to the Rain Sandbox stage here in beautiful South Beach, Miami at the Wodapalooza 2025.
All right, down here on our ladies' side, right here, lane number 11, Anki Sanders going to be the first to grab a ballistic block, joined by Nicole in 15 and Laura down in 18.
I got my boys from CrossFit Okanagan walking across the beach.
Yeah, I got
Hometown.
I got the Gucci Gang walking across the beach too. World famous Gucci Gang, Polk County, Florida.
CrossFit Okanagan in the house. I see you, boys.
We are just past that 1 minute mark on our clock. We're going to 11. 11 minutes, our time cap for Cuban Press here on the Rain Sandbox stage at Wodapalooza 2025 in chilly Miami Beach. Our athletes working through those 25 burpees over the blocks once they get both rogue ballistic blocks over to the green turf. All right, keeping an eye out for hands in the air from judges. Looks like we got one down there, lane number 10, Victor.
Our first athlete, though, in lane 3, Fran, is making his way back with his first set of dumbbells for the first athlete, moving to his bench press. And Fran Granandos is the first athlete to start his bench press.
All right, lane number 15, lane number 18, lane number 20, all headed across here to grab their dumbbells to get started on those 40 bench press. We're hitting 4 minutes on that clock. 4 minutes gone by. 7 minutes to go. We got a close one down here on the female side as we had multiple athletes start these 40 bench press reps about the same time. We'll see how it works out as they get through them. We're working here in the rain. Sandbox. Don't forget to step just outside over to the Rain Total Body Fuel tent. Pick up your favorite flavor. Keep those energy levels high here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Chris Christini is your first athlete to be done with the bench press, as well as lane 1. You got Christopher making his way back with his dumbbells. But Chris Christini in lane 5 is your first athlete onto his burpees over the blocks.
All right, we're halfway there clockwise. 5.5 minutes gone. 5.5 minutes here to go.
Victor Glassoff in lane 10. Burpees over the box.
Lane 15, Nicole. Hand in the air. Judge says 3 more reps on the bench press to go for her down here in 18. Laura, judge says 5 more reps. Hand up in the air over here. Lane 12, also Katie. Looks like we got 4 more to go. Thank you, Judge. Nicole drops those dumbbells all first, but it is Katie now in 12 in second place. But look out down in 18. Laura running across the sand with those dumbbells.
Right now in lane 5, Chris Christini still taking the lead, sending his blocks back across the field. And Chris has got 20 more chest-to-bar pull-ups before he's done today. Lanes 1 and 2, as well as lane 8, are also working their way back with the blocks. But right now, your heat leader in lane 5, Chris Christini.
Just past that 8-minute mark on the clock, just under 3 minutes to go. Nicole here in lane 15 trying to hold off Katie and Laura. 12 and 18 on each side of her as they're working through those 25 burpees over the blocks.
In lane 1, Christopher is trying to make his way and catch up to Chris in lane 5. Lane 2, your third athlete, Fran, on his chest-to-bar pull-up. Sorry, lane 2, Antonio Bruno. But right now, your heat winner will be Chris Christini in lane 5, crossing the line.
Nicole Carrero there, lane 15, Oh, there it was, that final burpee. Now just got to get those blocks back across the floor here as our clock is creeping by. 9 minutes, 2 minutes to go.
Antonio Bruno making his way in lane 2 across the line, as well as lane 1. And a sprint to the finish in lane 4, Alexander LaRoche.
Laura Sams, lane 18. Out to just a few step lead here as she came running across with that first block. Now picking up the second, trying to get out ahead of Nicole. Ten minutes gone, 1 minute to go, athlete. Lanes 15, lanes 18 down here, battling it out for the lead on the ladies' side here in this final minute of Cuban press.
.40 seconds remaining.
Nicole and Laura jump up onto that bar at the same time to begin those final 20 pull-ups. It's going to come down to a judge's scorecard as to how many reps they get in these final seconds.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Great job, and it looks like Nicole may have gotten through all of the pull-ups. Not sure. Official results can be found in Competition Corner.net. Ryan, you're physically fit. You know what you and everyone else here can do? You can put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career in the U.S. Border Patrol. Meet with a recruiter today at the U.S. Border Patrol tent and learn how you could become an agent of strength. U.S. Border Patrol, an official partner of Tier Wodapalooza. 1 minute. $30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please.
How do you pronounce his last name? Fetz.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 11 underway. Cuban press here on the Reign Sandbox stage at Tier Wodapalooza. It's getting colder, but the action's getting hotter here with our Masters 40 to 44 athletes.
Once again, much love to Rogue, who gave us all this beautiful hardware for the Cuban press workout at the Reign Sandbox stage. For the Cuban press, we got 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 25 burpees over the blocks, followed up by 40 bench press, back down to 25 burpees over the blocks, and then you finish off with 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
All right, we're 90 seconds in here to an 11-minute time-capped event. All our athletes working through these burpees over the block, waiting to see who'll be the first through those 25 reps and headed back over to pick up their dumbbells for the bench press.
Hands in the air for a couple of athletes here with their burpees over the block. And your first athlete in lane 7, John Loyon, as well as lane 5, Bradley Alcock.
All right, checking in here on our ladies side, going to be lane number 16. This Christelle Debs. First to head over and get her dumbbells, now followed in lane 15 by Carly, and over in lane 18 by Chelsea. These athletes working through 40 reps of the dumbbell bench press there. 50 pounds on those dumbbells for the gentlemen, 35 for the ladies. 40 reps of those. Then they're going to bring those dumbbells back across here towards me and head up for some more burpees. Our clock's ticking up towards that 4-minute mark. 4 minutes gone by. 7 minutes to go, if they even need that much time.
One more rep remaining in lane 6 for Chicho. Nice little battle between lane 8, between Paul and Chicho. Lane 5, Bradley Alcock now returned his dumbbells, making his way back.
Christelle here in 16 now. 3 reps to go on the dumbbell bench press as she's out into the lead. Just passing by that 5-minute mark on our clock as Christelle is headed back across to deposit these dumbbells.
Lane 2, Renato Fiezza on his way back, starting his burpees over the blocks.
Got a hand in the air, looks like 4 more now. 3 more reps here in lane number 18 for Chelsea Hansen. Camilla in lane number 11, dropping off those dumbbells, ready to head back over for another 25 burpees over the blocks.
And CrossFit Games Masters athlete Gregory Patier is now in lane 3, starting his burpees over the blocks. And Chicho, your first athlete, heading back with the blocks right next to him. Bradley Alcock making some moves here.
Lane 14 got Carly bringing her dumbbells back across, ready to join that burpee party that's going on over in lanes 11, 16, and 18.
And Chicho and Bradley, once those two guys come back, they're going to only have the chest to bars left. So we'll see a nice little chest to bar pull-up race here. Lanes 5 and 6. We'll see who's able to go unbroken.
We're just past that 7-minute mark on the clock as Christelle Debs, our leader down here on the ladies' side. Lane 16 bringing the first of the 2 roadblocks back across the sand here on Miami Beach.
And Bradley Alcock's trying to go unbroken here. 20 chest to bars done and a sprint across the finish line. Bradley Alcock. And Chicho Quesadas, he's also across the line in 6.
Just past 8 minutes, just under 3 minutes to go as our female leader here, lane 16, Christelle Debs, deposits the second block, heads back over for that pull-up bar to try to close out Cuban press and get a heat victory. But she better hurry because Chelsea Hansen in lane 18 ready to jump up on that pull-up bar as well.
Paul Delanoy now across the line in lane 8. Renato Fiezza in lane 2. 2 reps left on his chest to bar pull-ups.
Christelle and Chelsea now both working through these 25 chest to bar. Both came down off the bar A little bit of chalk right back up. Both ladies back at it.
2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes.
Got a hand in the air now. Off the bar comes Christelle Debs. Headed across towards me to cross that line and take the heat. And right around 9:15 unofficially. And now here comes Chelsea Hansen in lane 18 to close out her heat. Camilla there in lane 11 crossing the line.
Coming up on 1 minute remaining.
You gotta turn it up.
1 minute.
In my mind, I was like,
30 seconds.
Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
yeah, no, that's good. Good for you.
box.
"30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please." "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat 12 underway. As Ryan said, these are our intermediate women athletes out here with us for Cuban press on the Reign Sandbox stage. Lane 13. That's Sarah. She's going to be the first headed across, but now joined by a host of athletes as they make their way here towards me to grab these rogue ballistic blocks and get them back across the floor.
We got Zoe Rolfe. She's going to be the first athlete back to her second box.
All right, once the athletes get both blocks across there, as you will see, some of them have already started. 25 burpees over the blocks. Our time cap for this event is 11 minutes. Our clock's just coming up on that 2-minute mark. If this is your first heat you've watched out here with us of Cuban Press, well, where you been? We've been here all day, going to be here all day. Stick around, watch all these great athletes work their way through this event.
We got the infamous Boston Stokes in the house, probably the most famous 3-year-old.
Scanning the floor here, keeping an eye out. Right here we go. Lane number 15. Veronica, the first judge's hand up in the air, working through these burpees. Got some other hands going up as well.
And right now, your leader, Zoe Rolfe in lane 8. Back to her dumbbells.
Veronica headed back across there in 16. Here in 11 got Elion, and then down in 19. That's Natalie headed back with her dumbbells. Once they get their dumbbells and make it back across to their blocks, they're going to lay on them as you see, and they're going to rep out 40 dumbbell bench press.
We now have just over a handful of athletes running through their dumbbells now. A lot of these athletes making the smart moves. Small sets, short breaks.
Veronica Russell, though, in lane 15 through those 40 reps, bringing those dumbbells back over, going to drop them back here. Head back over for another set of 25 burpees over the blocks.
Hi, Bossy. Good morning, sir. How are you? You're gonna walk us through.
Lane 15, that is Veronica Russell, who is out in the lead, working through the burpees, scanning the floor, still looking for any other hands of other athletes, getting close to finishing up these dumbbell bench press. Keep Veronica in reach. Lane number 8. Zoe, see a judge's hand up saying 5 more reps for Zoe. Got a hand up down there in lane 19 for Natalie as well. But as they work through those, our leader, Veronica Russell, lane 15, continues to just consistently rep out these burpees. It's got to be the hair. Veronica's got those braids, got those Waza colors. It's got to be the trick.
Jordan Thomas and Zoe Rolf right now. Heading back for the burpees over the block.
We're just past that 6.5 minute mark on our clock. Once again, 11 minutes is our time cap for the event. Veronica drops off the first of the Rogue Ballistic blocks, now headed back to get the second as we're coming up on that 7.5 minute mark. And Veronica's trying to hold on to this lead and get a heat victory out here in heat number 12 of Cuban Press.
Three more reps right now for Fernanda Gonzalez. Three more reps for burpees over the box for Zoe Rolf.
And at the 8 minute mark, our leader, Veronica Russell, drops off this second Rogue block, now headed back to the rig to knock out the final 25 pull-ups.
Zoe Rolf with her first block back, trying to catch up to Veronica Russell.
Veronica's people right there in front of her counting those reps along with her judge, I'm sure. That's Veronica trying to close out here as we're passing that 8:30 mark on our clock.
Right now, it looks like Zoe Rolf is sitting fourth in this heat in lane 8.
Natalie down here, lane number 18, has dropped off both of those Rogue blocks, now headed back. But right here, lane 15 directly in front of me, Veronica Russell is off of that pull-up bar, headed across the floor, arms up. And crossing that line about 9:18-ish unofficially. Great job.
Good work. Nice job.
90 seconds left to go, athletes. Looks like we got Zoe and Natalie both working through these pull-ups on each ends of the floor. We want to get some more folks down here with me across this finish line before that horn blows.
3 reps remaining for Zoe Rolfe. And Zoe Rolfe sprinting across.
Hand up in the air for Natalie out here in lane 19. Looks like we got 4 more to go. Natalie Kaiser, lane 19, off the bar across the sand. Going to get in under that time cap.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Great job, Heat 12. Veronica Russell, lane 15. Impressive through the bench press, taking that lead once again. Got to be those Waza braids. Go get yourself some. Hey, folks, got a question for you. Are you...
How was it? Man, that was so. That was so hard. Was it bad? Never used. Oh, yeah.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, did yeah? I mean, right now we're doing chest bar stuff. You go this way, do it. I call that.
Yeah, Taylor Swift was at SoCal, I think, when I
30
was announcing
seconds.
her.
30 seconds, athletes. To your white starting mats, please. 10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Lucky number 13 underway here. Cuban Press, Rain Sandbox, Tier Wodapalooza 2025, a balmy Miami Beach morning. All right, we got a whole host of athletes grabbing the first of two Rogue ballistic blocks, getting them back across the floor there. They got to be there because they got a burpee over the block. All right, we're just passing by that 90-second mark, 11 minutes, our time cap, as our athletes here working through the first set of the 25 burpees over the blocks. Count your favorite athlete or just keep an eye out for those judges' hands to go up in the air so we know when they're near the end of that 25. Got a hand up in the air, Maria Miranda right there, lane number 12.
Right now in lane 9, Ashley making her way back. First athlete grabbing her dumbbells.
Right down there in lane 8, you got Paige Holloway. Paige Holloway won the first heat I ever emceed, but I screwed up and told her to row the wrong amount of calories. Thank goodness I didn't mess her up.
Once again, we want to thank Rogue for supplying the hardware on the floor at the Rain Sandbox stage. All the dumbbells, the rig, the mats, those ballistic blocks. Much love to Rogue.
Just passing by that 4-minute mark on our clock, a little under 7 minutes to go here, working through these 40 dumbbell bench press. Got a hand in the air here. Looks like lane 15. Josiane. One more rep to go. Quick work of the bench press now, bringing those dumbbells back across. Other hands popping up. For Maria, for Jordan, and for Steph, they're in lanes 12, 11, 10, respectively.
We got lane 10, Steph giving the girls a run for their money in lane 10.
Maria Miranda there, lane number 12 into the burpees. Trying to catch up to Josiane down here in lane number 15.
Lane 4, I got Heather Lessinger. Her judge's hands in the air for the last rep. And Heather's going to be sending back those dumbbells across the sand.
.620 gone by here in the heat. Once again, 11 minutes is our time cap.
I got Megan Teague also in lane 5, judge's hand in the air. And Brockett's judge's hands in the air with the last single rep left. And M. Brockett now back across the sand.
Just past 7 minutes, just under 4 minutes to go. Got hands in the air for these athletes working through these burpees. Once they finish the burpees, they'll do what you see Maria Miranda right there doing in 12. They're going to pick those blocks up. They're going to bring them back over. They're going to deposit them on this side. Once both of those are here, then we're back to that pull-up bar. All right, we got blocks over here from Maria and Josiane. Now we got one there from Jordan as well. Steph Spitz in lane 10 now bringing her first block across.
Keep your eyes on lane 12. Maria Miranda, looks like your first athlete to the pull-up bar.
Maria Miranda from Team Soul. I see your Team Soul folks right there with her, counting them out. Maria Miranda off that bar, headed back towards the line, crossing it right around 8:55-ish unofficially. All right, who's going to join us next down here at the finish line? We got Jordan. We got Josiane. Lanes 11, lanes 15. Jordan Devereaux, lane 11, not letting go of that bar. Hand in the air from her judge to count down those last few reps.
Steph Spitz right now in lane 10. She's on the bar for her last set of pull-ups.
Jordan Devereaux crossing just past that 9:30 mark. Just under 90 seconds to go, athletes. Josiane Roux here, lane number 15, coming across the line.
I got athletes in lane 4 and lane 1. Carolyn Will and Heather Hesslinger.
Steph Spitz finishing up there in 10. "45 seconds to go.
Heather in lane 4 running across the sand to finish off this workout.
Alondra in 14 coming across.
Just under 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Three, two, one.
Visit the Army truck for daily prizes and take on their fitness challenge. Show your strength and be all you can be. Don't miss out on the fun and excitement. Visit the Army.
Coming up is Heat 14, Intermediate Men. Cuban press on the Rain Sandbox. Here at the lovely Miami South Beach at Tier Wodapalooza.
You know, Ryan, I've never wanted a cup of coffee so bad in my life, but I don't want to drink it. I just want to hold it. I just want to hold the hot cup of coffee.
I just sent my wife out into the crowd to go find a hot chocolate or a mocha if any of the coffee places do it. But
There
I'll
you
send her
go.
out. I'll grab.
There you go. I'll take a cup of just like a hot water to hold.
I bet the ocean.
2 minutes. Don't laugh at me, Danny and Ernesto. I was complaining about having cold hands, and you guys are going to laugh at me.
All cuddled under there.
But you see, I turned right in time. I felt it in my soul.
1 minute. "30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please."
Athletes on the way. Athletes off the car on the way. Guys, we gotta get going.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 14, the big 1-4 underway here. Rain, Sandbox, we're out here all day doing the Cuban press. If you're just joining us, welcome. We got our intermediate men here, as you see, working their way through those 25 pull-ups. All right, they made their way across the floor here. They're grabbing these rogue ballistic blocks. Dealer's choice. Are they going to grab one? Or are they going to grab two? They got to get them both across that floor before they can start doing the burpees over them. As you see on the big board behind me there, 25 burpees over the blocks, the count they've got to get through. We'll keep an eye out for judges' hands in the air to know who our leader will be as they work their way through these reps. All right, I got DJ Dawn Patrol joining us out here on the Rain Sandbox. Brian, how are we looking on that side?
I got hands in the air in lane 8 for UV. But right now, on my side of the field, my first athlete is in lane 10, Donovan Vergara. Second athlete to grab his set of dumbbells, but in lane 3, I got Santiago Alvarez. First athlete back with the dumbbells.
Down here on this side, we had Kevin in lane 11. Also Ben over here in 15 down there in the end. Chris in lane 20. Making the way back across, ready to get going with those 40 reps. Dumbbell bench press laying on those rogue ballistic blocks. We're just past that 3-minute mark on our clock, 11 minutes, our time cap. The bench press, this is where we've seen some separation happen in earlier heats. athletes that have been able to go either unbroken or with very few breaks. Been able to get out ahead.
Yeah,
We're
it's
just
def-
passing 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difference between people that are going to be shoulder dominant versus actually using their triceps, their chest, as well as their lats in the chest press.
All right, looks like right here, lane number 10. That's Donovan through the bench press. Bringing those dumbbells back across the sand here, going to deposit those, head back for another 25 burpees over the blocks, waiting to see who's going to join him next. Right here, lane number 15, got just a few reps left for Ben.
I got Daniel in lane 6 as well, giving a little race.
Right here with Francis in lane 12, they're about step for step.
Samuel Ouellette in lane 7, making his way back across the sand.
Chris down here on the end, lane 20, bringing those dumbbells across, joined by Kevin in lane 11.
That's right, athletes. Make sure your dumbbells and equipment are in your lane, or you'll get sent back.
All right, we're halfway through that time cap. 5.5 minutes gone, 5.5 minutes to go. Not sure some of these folks are going to need it. They're making it look pretty easy.
Let's hear you, Miami. Let's cheer on the intermediate men.
Right here, lane number 10, Donovan on his last of those 25 burpees over the block. He appears to be our leader out front, now going to bring those blocks back across towards me.
And once again, your first athlete, still your heat leader in lane 10, Donovan Vergara.
We got blocks coming across here. Lane number 12, Francis bringing both of them. Chris taking the other strategy one at a time, moving a little quicker down there in lane 20.
And right now, your heat leader on the pull-up bar for 25 reps, Donovan Vergara. Three rep remaining. And Donovan sprinting across.
Lane 12, Francis, our next athlete there on the pull-up bar. Just past 8 minutes on the clock. Just under 3 minutes to go. Francis, just under 3 reps to go, looks like. And now Francis headed toward the finish line. Lane 20, Chris, up working through his final set of pull-ups.
Nice job. Come on, Daniel. You got this, bud. Hey, 25 and go. Push it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
We got 2 athletes on the bar doing their pull-ups. One in lane 6. But right now, coming across the lane, it looks like lane 20.
That's right, Chris Shimley crossing that line just past that 8:40 mark somewhere unofficially.
We got 3 or 4 athletes now on the pull-up bar. This is going to come down to who can do the bigger sets to get this done. You got 25 pull-ups.
And just under 2 minutes left to get it all in.
Hand up in the air for Daniel in lane 6.
Gabriel down here 11-17 crossing. And Kevin in lane 11. Finish it up. Preston crossing the line here in 13. Ben finish it up in lane 15.
1 minute remaining, athletes. 1 minute.
And far down there in lane number 18, off the bar, headed across the sand.
Lane 8, UV now making his way back with a second box. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 15 underway here on the Reign Sandbox stage. We're doing Cuban press. We're starting it out with 25 pull-ups. After that, they're going to come to me. They're going to grab these rogue ballistic blocks. They're going to go back and they're going to burpee over them 25 times.
Once again, welcome to Miami. Welcome to the tier Wodapalooza. This is the Reign Sandbox stage. And right now, lane 20 and lane 8.
Scanning the floor here, watching for judges' hands right here in front of me, lane 14. That's Zachary. Hand
I
up in
got
the air.
hands in the air in lane 8 for Simon.
Looks like just one more rep to go there in lane 6. That's old Nick Dompierre down there.
And Simone Traverso, he's the first athlete back with the dumbbells, but running right next to him, lane 14, Zachary Feist, both athletes onto the bench press.
What do you think, Ryan? Anybody going to go unbroken through all of these?
These guys are too young to go unbroken. They didn't live in the era of the Schwarzeneggers and the Stallones like we did.
We're going 40 reps here with the 50-pound dumbbells. Once they do get through their 40 reps, they're bringing those dumbbells back across the sand here towards me and depositing them and headed back over for another dose of burpees over the blocks.
How many people we got coming to tier Wodapalooza from Europe today? Anybody from Europe? Anybody from Canada? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, hey, I'm glad you folks are here, but did you have to bring your weather?
I didn't want you guys to feel left out.
All right, we're coming up on that 4-minute mark, folks. It's an 11-minute time cap, so we've got just over 7 minutes to go. We've got hands up in the air here. Looks like lane number 9.
I got lanes 6 also with his hands in the air, as well as lane number 9. Nice little running race across the sand between Nick and Jeremy. Nick's going to get a rep or two ahead of Jeremy here. The burpees over the block.
Hand up in the air here for Henry in lane number 13. Judge says he's got 4 more reps on the bench press. All right, Henry's headed across the floor. Right next to him, lane 14. That's Zachary now. He's headed across, ready to drop off these dumbbells, get back to work on those burpees.
All I saw was a mustache running through lane 13.
It's sweet. I couldn't grow it. It's nice. Just past 5.5 minutes on that clock. Just under 5.5 minutes to go here in the heat.
Simone Travesso now in lane 8, heading back with his dumbbells. Couple of reps left for Felix in lane 10 for his bench press. But right now, a nice little battle between lane 6 and lane 9. Nick and Jeremy. 1 and 2 reps remaining. Jeremy first to grab the block and run across. Nick is right behind him. Nick is deciding to double up on the blocks. Jeremy right behind him now. And lane 7. Chris Goki. Third athlete now with the blocks.
Ryan, looks like you got a good race there with Jeremy and Nick as they both get to that pull-up bar at the same time. Let's see how they do. Just past 7 minutes on the clock, just under 4 minutes to go.
Hand in the air for Jeremy. Hand in the air for Nick in lane 6. And Nick is running to the finish. Jeremy right behind him.
All right, down here on my side, Henry. Both blocks down, headed to his pull-up bar. Zachary just dropped off his second block. He's headed back. Clock coming up on 8 minutes. Just over 3 minutes to go.
It's going to be a pull-up race between Chris Goki here in 7 and Felix DeFore in lane 10. Chris Goki's running down Felix on the sand.
That's how you finish a race right there. Sliding into home, he was safe. Henry finishing up here in lane 13. Zachary coming across in 14.
Lanes 5, 8, 3 and 2 all onto their pull-ups.
Daniel Martinez in 17 joining him on those pull-ups as well as our clock's coming up to that 9-minute mark. Got 2 minutes left to go.
And Simone now is on the way back in lane 8. And lane 2 and 3 are having a running race. "90 seconds remaining."
Giuseppe here in lane 16 now up onto that pull-up bar trying to get all those in and get over here to me across this line before that call of time.
Coming up on 1 minute.
Giuseppe, lane 16 off the pull-up bar across the sand. Now keep an eye on lane 18. Samuel trying to finish up as well.
Just under 1 remaining. 1 minute remaining.
Samuel, lane 18, crossing that finish line.
Let's hear you, Miami. 30 seconds remaining.
Jacob, lane 11, coming across.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
"30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please." 10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat 16. Underway. Here in the Rain Sandbox, Cupid Press. Masters, 35 to 39 women out here on the floor with us.
It's like the old dad master anthem fighting force.
Pretty much all the athletes off the bar at the same time.
All right, Ryan, they're headed back to get that second of these rogue ballistic blocks. Once they get both back across there with you on the green turf, it is 25 burpees over the blocks.
Once again, everybody, welcome to the Reigns Total Body Fuel Sandbox stage here at Tier Wodapalooza. Beautiful South Beach, Miami.
Our clock hitting that 2-minute mark. It's 11 minutes, our time cap here for this event. Cuban Press. We're out here all day doing it. Stick around, watch as many heats as you can.
And we got hands up in the air in the middle of the floor. One of them is Andrea Nisler. As well as Jenna McKay.
Lane 12, Yuko, the first across, grabbing these dumbbells, headed back over to begin the 40 reps on that dumbbell bench press.
Right now, Andrea Nisler is their first athlete, just ahead in lane 13.
Yuko, our early leader here in 12. But to each side of her there, lanes 10 to lanes 13, Andrea and Maud trying to track her down now. We got more and more athletes joining us on that bench press. 3.5 minutes gone by. Got a nice dose of 40 reps here on this dumbbell bench press. Keeping an eye out for the hands from our awesome judges who we couldn't do Tier Wodapalooza without, so thank you for being here. Watching for those judges' hands to go up in the air here to count down once our athletes get near the end of the 40 reps. And we got it right there. Hand up for Yuko there in lane number 12. Judge says 4 more reps. And Yuko is through the 40 and headed back across to leave those dumbbells over here on this side of the floor and get back over to that green turf for 25 more burpees over the blocks.
Hands up in the air for 4 more reps for Andrea Nisler in lane 10. Andrea Nisler now making her way back across the sand.
Mallory here in lane 14 looks like 3 more reps, 2 more now.
Hands up in the air now in lane 3. Tara Demers now has 3 reps left in lane 3.
We're 5.5 minutes gone by, 5.5 minutes to go there on our clock. Yuko out to that early lead, trying to hold off Andrea just a little to her left.
And Melody now is in lane 5. She's heading back across the sand.
Yuko, lane 12, through the 25 burpees. Now got to get both blocks back over here towards the ocean side of the rain sandbox before headed back to that pull-up bar.
Three more reps in lane 10 for Andrea Nisler. And Andrea's trying to catch up to Yuko in lane 12.
Lane 14, Mallory now bringing her first of the 2 blocks across as Yuko drops off that second rogue block now across the sand. Yuko goes back to that pull-up bar for the final 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Faith Rudolph in lane 1 now, sending her dumbbells back across the sand.
We're 7.5 minutes gone by. Once again, 11 minutes is our time cap as our leader Yuko now on to that pull-up bar, trying to close out the event here with a heat victory.
Last couple of reps for Tara Demers in lane 3 before she has to send those blocks back. Hands in the air for Yuko on the pull-up. She's got 3 reps remaining. But right now, trying to chase her down, Andrea Nisler in lane 10.
Lane 12, Yuko Sakayama off the bar, across the sand and across the line, right around that 8:30 mark unofficially.
And Andrea Nisler now in lane 10 running across. Finishing off Cuban press.
Lane 14 right here in front of me, got Mallory Berta crossing. Jenna McVeigh there, lane number 11, on to that final set of pull-ups. We're 9 minutes gone, 2 minutes to go. Maud in lane 13 onto those pull-ups, as well as Jenna McVeigh. There in lane 11, looks like a hand in the air, just one more rep to go there, and she is off and back across the sand.
Nice little pull-up battle here in lane 3 and lane 5 between Tara and Melody. But Melody's first athlete to get off the bar between the two, and Tara's going to run her down. 1 minute.
Mod crossing here in lane 13. We're on the pull-up down there in Kyla in lane 19, Kim in lane 20. Also lane 17, that's Emma Stanley.
I miss you too, B.
Coming up on 30 seconds.
Kyla Silva in lane 19 crossing the finish line.
Three, two, one, time.
All right, we are here, heat number 17 in the rain sandbox on Miami Beach. The event Cuban Press, as you see, they did their pull-ups. Now they're grabbing these Rogue Ballistic box, making their way across the floor. Kind of dealer's choice. They're going to carry them one at a time, two at a time. Either way, they just got to get them over to the green turf because you can't do burpees over the blocks till you got the blocks.
And once again, we have the 35 to 39 men masters. This is Heat 17 at the Rain Sandbox. Beautiful Miami at the Tier Wodapalooza.
All right, our time cap's 11 minutes. We're just past that 90-second mark. They're going to work through these 25 reps. We're going to watch for hands in the air, and here you go right there. Lane number 10, ask you shall receive. That's Gerald Sasser. Gerald now lane number 10, back across the sand, grabs those dumbbells. Joined by others doing that as well because they got to get back across now for 40 reps of the dumbbell bench press, laying on those Rogue Ballistic blocks. Forty reps is the count here on the bench press. Three minutes gone by. Once again, 11 minutes, our time cap. 50 pounds the weight on those dumbbells.
When you guys get a chance after this and you're watching your favorite athlete, make your way over to the tier tent. Get yourself some Wodapalooza swag.
All right, 40 reps was the count. And it looks like right here, lane 10, Gerald Sasser on that last one. Through all 40, now going to, oh, hang on, joining that party here. Lane number 13, that's Dino. Dino dumps those dumbbells back over here, as does Gerald. Now they're headed back across. 25 more burpees over the blocks. 4 minutes gone by, 7 minutes to go.
I got some fans in the crowd from Boston. I recognize from SoCal, Tier Wodapalooza. Hands right now up in the air for lanes 4, but right now in lane 6, you got Robert Wakeham, as well as lane 19. Stephen Thompson just ahead of Robert.
Bruno here, lane number 12, dropped his dumbbells off. He's headed back to the burpees. Still waiting for hands in the air from our two leaders. The first two, those burpees. There's one right there, Gerald, and now Dino both. Just a rep separates those two athletes up there at the top. 5:15 gone by. Gerald bringing one of his blocks across the sand. Dino stacking his blocks up, going to bring them both at the same time. Dino using that strategy of bringing them both at the same time, trying to get a little separation if he can from Gerald. Just a couple of lanes over there in 10 as Dino now headed back for the final 20 chest to bar pull-ups.
Dino just ahead of Gerard in lane 10. And Dino drops off the bar. Gerald Sasser trying to go unbroken, but he steps off the bar. Two reps remaining for Gerald, and he will be coming down the lane to cross the sand in the finish line in lane 10.
Crosses right about that 7-minute mark. Unofficially there, lane number 10, Gerald Sasser. The heat victory, but we got a lot of other athletes that are going to join him here. Who's going to be next? Keeping an eye here, lane 13, it is going to be Dino. Headed across the floor here towards the finish line and across it. Lane number 19, Steven Thompson, working through his pull-ups. John Miller, lane number 9, finish it up.
Dorian Memko in lane 4, finishing off. And Dr. Justin Lee in lane 8 on his pull-ups. And
Steven crossing there in lane number 19. Dobromar in 18. We're at that 8.5-minute mark. 2.5 minutes left to go in the heat. McHale in lane 17, headed across the sand, ready to close out his Cuban press, and there it is.
Justin Lee now finishing off the Cuban press. And Leo Abreu in lane 2 coming back, grabbing his second box.
Sandro down there in lane 20 working through that final set of 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Same here, lane 15. Chris, excuse me. Just under 90 seconds to go in the heat.
Lane 7, Atcher Baptiste now crossing the line.
One minute remaining.
I saw John Bon Jovi in 1990's Slippery When Wet tour. And Leo Abreu now coming across the line. 30 seconds remaining.
Morrow here in lane number 11, working through his last couple of burpees. We want him to get every point he can on that scorecard.
Ten seconds. Let's hear you, Miami. Let's cheer on this last athlete. 3, 2, 1, time.
We're 7.5 minutes gone by.
Sydney Saunders has 4 more reps. 4 more reps as well for Kyla Kelly in lane 4. Casey Wells, she's got 4 more reps remaining in lane 6. But right now, your heat leader is lane 7, Miley Wade.
Caitlin here in lane 16. Judge's hand up in the air. Looks like 4 gloved fingers left to go. All right, our clock's hitting that 8.5 minute mark. Got a few athletes working through that second set of the 25 burpees over the blocks.
And Miley Wade in lane 7 is going to be your first athlete bringing the boxes back across. Sarah Hogan, lane 10, 2 reps remaining. But right next to Sarah in lane 12, Paige Henry, she's going to try to keep up with Sarah Hogue. Both making their way across.
Get her back in there. So
We've got just under 90 seconds to go in the heat.
And Miley Wade putting a big chunk of chest bars together.
Just
5 reps
under
remaining
1
for
minute to
Miley.
go.
2, 1, and Miley Wade sprinting across. Coming up on 40 seconds remaining.
Sarah and Paige there in 10 and 12, both racing step for step back towards that pull-up bar. See if they can hold on to that second place spot.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Let's hear you, Miami. 3, 2, 1. Time.
And it did look like Paige Henry was in that second place spot as she was headed back towards that finish line.
I didn't buy them. I used what I got. It's better than last year's where it sounded like a squeaky fart. Yeah. Oh, I think it was embarrassing. We had some fuck up. Oh my god. Some Flagler doing it last year. And it was like
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 19 underway. Another heat of our RX women out here on the Reign Sandbox stage at Tier Wodapalooza 2025. All right, our ladies made their way through those chest to bar pull-ups. Now they're grabbing these rogue ballistic blocks, getting them back across the floor. Got to get both of them over there. Then we're going 25 times burpees over the blocks. We're just a little bit past that 1 minute mark on our clock. 11 minutes is our time cap for Cuban Press, our event here on the Reign Sandbox stage.
Lane 10, Rachel Closing was one of the first athletes to start the burpees over the box. Brian, I feel like it's starting to warm up a little bit now.
You're from Canada, sir. This is not warm in Florida.
This is shorts weather.
All right, we're about 2:15 gone by. Once again, 25 is the count we're looking for. Hands in the air right there. Lane number 10, Rachel. Looks like about 3 to go.
We got 2 more reps as well in lane 6 for Emma Armstrong.
Lindsay down here, lane number 19, grabbing those dumbbells, along with Rachel from lane 10. They're going to make their way back over there to those ballistic blocks. 50-pound dumbbells for these ladies. They've got to bench press those 40 times. Three minutes gone by.
This is where it's coming down to small sets, short breaks, trying not to tire out.
"40 reps, no small task with these 50-pound dumbbells. As we saw in the last heat, this is where the separation happened there at the top. We'll see what happens as these ladies work through all 40 reps. Our clock coming up on that 5-minute mark. Still a lot of time left here in the heat.
And right now, Rachel Clausing's around 24 reps in.
Ryan, I read a study once. It said the louder the cheer of the crowd, the lighter the dumbbell for the athletes. Maybe these folks cheer them on. We can get through these 40 reps quickly, get these folks moving. Find your athlete. If you don't have one, pick one. Cheer them on. We're 6 minutes in, 5 minutes to go.
Hands now in the air in lane 8 with 5 reps remaining. And Mara Wiley hands up in the air right now, also in lane 10 for Rachel Clausing.
Ashley here in lane 15, 4 more reps. Looks like 5 to go in lane 14 for Tracy. Also 5 down here in lane number 18 for Kendall. But lane 16 right here in front of me, Caroline, looks like 2 to go.
2 to go as well for Rachel in lane 10.
Make that
Hands up in
3.
the air as well in lane 2 for Carolina Martinez.
But somehow I seem to have missed lane number 18 here. Kendall quickly down with these dumbbells and now back up for 25 more burpees over the blocks. $8:15 gone by on the clock.
"25 burpees over the blocks for this last half of the workout. Then they move on to the last set of 25 chest to bars.
Tracy here, lane 14, bringing her dumbbells across, ready to head back, get after her burpees.
Hands now in the air for the burpees over the box with Rachel Klausing in 10.
Same for Kendall down here, lane number 18. Looks like 2 to go.
1 remaining left for Rachel in 10. Rachel Klausing right now trying to hold off lane 18, Kendall Glimmer.
Ashley here in lane number 15, finishing up her burpees, bringing her first block over as lane 16 right next door. Caroline already on the way with her first. Just under 1 minute remaining.
And right now, first athlete getting back to the bar for this heat in lane 10, Rachel Klausing. Will she go unbroken here? Let's cheer her on.
We've got just under 30 seconds to go in the heat.
Let's hear you, Miami. 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
30 seconds. Athletes, to your white starting mats, please. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Heat 21, our last heat this morning, or I guess it's afternoon already, here on the Rain Sandbox stage. Cuban press kicking it off with these 25 chest to bar pull-ups just to get these shoulders a little warmed up before the meat of this Cuban press sandwich, the dumbbell bench press. Time cap's 11 minutes as you see the gentleman here across the sand now grabbing these rogue ballistic blocks, getting them back across the floor, setting them up, then 25 burpees over the blocks. "25 reps, that's the count here for these burpees over the block. Once they get through that, they're coming back across the sand, grabbing this pair of 70-pound Rogue dumbbells, making the way back across for the bench press that awaits there in the middle. Lane number 18 right here in front of me, Roberto, the first over to grab these dumbbells, headed back across the floor. Once they get back there with this pair of 70-pound Rogue dumbbells, it's 40 reps of bench press. Two and a half minutes gone by, 11 minutes, the time cap here for our event. It's our last heat here of Cuban press for a while on the Sandbox floor. It's a little bit of a break, and then the elites and the LATAM Cup will be out later on. But right now we're focused on these gentlemen here, our RX men, as they're going to work through 40 reps of bench press.
For this final heat in the men's RX individuals, we're going to see who can bench press 70 pounds, 40 reps. Good session on the beach in Miami.
Got 23 reps for Ty Jenkins, I believe, down here in lane number 19, if I heard the judge correctly. 4 minutes gone by on that clock. Once again, 11 minutes, our time cap. We're on the lookout for the judge's hand that'll go up in the air, letting us know just that handful of reps left for their athlete. I believe right down there, lane number 1. Nate going to be the first to drop off those dumbbells, head back across for more burpees over the box.
That's right, lane 1, Nate Scola. Right now, your heat leader.
I got a hand up down here, lane 20. Kevin's judge tells me he's got, looks like 3 to go. Ty Jenkins right next door, 4 to go in lane 19.
Hands up in the air right now in lane 2 as well for Peyton Lunsford. As well as lane number 3, Thomas Sandoval.
Lane 16, Riley, he locked out that last rep. He's bringing the dumbbells back across. Mark here in lane number 12, the purple shirt. Dropping off his rogue dumbbells, headed back over for more burpees. Down here, lanes 19 and 20, that's Ty and Kevin right there with each other.
And right now, Nate Scola in lane 1, 2 reps remaining for his burpee.
We're just past that 6:30 mark on the clock. Lane number 1, Nate brought both his blocks back across. Now he is chalking up, ready to hop up on that pull-up bar for those final 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups. Lane 16, Riley bringing his blocks across. Our clock coming up on that 8-minute mark. Keeping an eye out down there, lane number 1, Nate. Lane number 16, Riley.
5 reps remaining for Nate Scola in 1. And Nate Scola is going to run across.
All right, we're 8:30 gone by on the clock. Keeping an eye here on lane 16. Riley, hand in the air by the judge. Looks like 3 more reps down in lane 19. Ties up onto his pull-ups. Lane 12, that's Mark jumping up for it.
Lane 3, Thomas Sandoval, also now on the pull-up bar. Right next to him in lane 2, Peyton Lansford.
Riley right here in front of me, lane 16, crossed that line just a bit ago as Ty Jenkins comes across right now down here in 19. Kevin in lane 20 up into his pull-ups. Mark there in 12 trying to close his out.
And Thomas Sandoval sprinting to the finish right beside him in lane 6, Jordan Schindler. Lane 2, Peyton Lunsford is done. He'll be walking across the line.
90 seconds to go in the heat. Kevin down in 20, closing in on that finish. He is off the bar and across the sand.
Coming up on 1 minute remaining. 1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Sam, you're just finishing up there in lane 8.
Deep breath.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Let's hear you, Miami. 3, 2, 1, time.
That concludes Heat 21. Great job by all of our athletes out here today, but an even greater job by all of our judges and equipment staff. Thank you so much. Going to be taking a break here on the Reign Sandbox stage. We'll be back with the LATAM Cup and the Elites back here at the Sandbox just a bit.
Right now, I had a break before that. Oh, shit, it's later than I thought. Okay.
1:30, we've got the Mayhem Athlete workout happening right here on the stage. According to Mayhem Athlete Coordinator Bella Martin, as I was just instructed.
Thank you so much. Y'all, you heard him. We've got the Mayhem Athlete workout going down on the floor at 1:30. Use the Tier Wodapalooza app to sign up, sign in. If you don't have the app, you don't have a phone, that's okay. We can sign you in down here. If you want to work out with us, we're getting started in 5 minutes.